All rise.
Kosovo Specialist Chambers is now in session.
Be seated. Madam Court Officer, please call the case.
Good morning, Your Honors. This is file KSCBC 2020-06, the Specialist Prosecutor versus Hashim Thaçi, Kadri Veseli, Recep Selimi, and Jakub Krasniqi.
Good morning. I note that the accused are all present in court today. We will start the hearing on the evidence of prosecution witness 4590 today, but please bring us into private session.
Hearing is in public session.
All right, Madam Court Usher, please bring the witness in. Good morning, witness. Can you hear us? Could you repeat? Can you hear?
Yes.
I will now read out the text of the solemn declaration which you are asked to take pursuant to Rule 141, paragraph 2 of the rules. I will ask you to repeat the text aloud and to indicate your consent. So I will read a portion of the document and then ask you to repeat it. Do you understand?
Yes.
Conscious of the significance of my testimony,
Yes.
conscious of the significance of my testimony,
Conscious of the significance of my testimony,
and my legal responsibility,
and my legal responsibility,
declare that I will tell the truth.
I solemnly declare that I will tell the truth,
The truth.
the whole truth, and nothing but the truth,
And that I shall not withhold anything
and that I shall not withhold anything which has come to my knowledge.
Witness?
Yes, I do.
Witness, today we will start your testimony, which is expected to last less than 1 day. As you may know, the prosecution will ask you questions first, then the defense has the right to ask questions of you, and members of the panel might also have questions for you. The prosecution estimate for your examination is 40 minutes. The defense estimates that it will need 2 hours. As regards each estimate, we hope that counsel will be judicious in the use of their time. The panel may allow redirect examination if conditions for it are met. Witness, please try to answer the questions clearly with short sentences. If you don't understand a question, feel free to ask counsel to repeat the question or tell them that you don't understand and they will clarify. Also, please try to indicate the basis of your knowledge of facts and circumstances that you will be asked about. In the event that you are asked by the SBO to attest to some corrections made regarding your statements, you are reminded to confirm on the record that the written statement, as corrected by the list of corrections, accurately reflects your declaration. Please also speak into the microphone, and wait 5 seconds before answering a question, and then speak at a slow pace for the interpreters to catch up. During the next days, while you are giving evidence in this court, you are not allowed to discuss with anyone the content of your testimony outside of the courtroom. If any person asks you questions outside of this court about your testimony, please let us know. Please stop talking if I ask you to do so, and also stop talking if you see me raise my hand. These indications mean that I need to give you an instruction. If you feel the need to take breaks, please let us know and we will accommodate you. Witness, we begin first with the prosecution's questions for you. Please give them your attention. Mr. Prosecutor.
Morning, Your Honors. Could we please move into private session?
Into private session, please, Madam Court Officer.
Your Honors, we're in public session.
I will now read the summary. In 1998, 4590, a Kosovar Albanian civilian, was stopped by certain KLA soldiers who then transported him to a KLA base, where he and other prisoners were detained in extremely unsanitary conditions and deprived of sufficient food and medical care. W4590 and other co-detainees of his were severely beaten during their detention. This concludes the summary, Your Honors.
Thank you.
Could the court officer please pull up a document which is ETU-001-8511-U001-8525, page 2. Your Honors, I'm just asking for the English version to be pulled up for two reasons. First, the witness won't be able to read the other document, also because it's handwritten and kind of difficult to read even by somebody without reading difficulties.
Your Honours, apologies for the interruptions. For those reasons, we would ask that the Albanian is on screen.
I have no problem with putting the Albanian on screen next
You're in
to...
public session, too.
Yes, if the document should not be broadcast. And now
It
I'm
can
going
be
to
on the screen. Put
Yeah.
it on the screen.
and now I'm going to ask Your Honors to move back into private session to question the witness on the content.
Into private session, please.
Jonas, we're in public session.
Thank you. So we will step aside till about 10:20 to allow everyone to get reorganized for the next witness. Thank you very much. We're adjourned.
All rise. All rise.
Be seated. Just an inquiry as to whether or not it would be possible to have the Thursday witness put on call for tomorrow in case we get through this witness today.
I believe the answer to that question is going to be no, but I'll confer with the witness team and get back to you.
Yeah, and we know Wednesday has got to be on Wednesday for that witness, according to the notes we had. But we thought if possible, you could move them up. You can only do what you can do. But anyway, if you will inquire, we'd appreciate it.
Understood.
So we will now start hearing the evidence of prosecution witness W04278. Before we begin, the panel notes that in F02470 and F02561, Victims' Counsel notified panel of his intention to ask questions of the witness. In F02485, the defense has recorded its objection to the questioning of the witness by Victims' Counsel. As per our usual practice, the panel will defer its ruling on the matter until after the SBO has concluded its direct examination of the witness. So if everyone's ready to proceed, we will call the witness in. Madam Court Usher, please bring the witness into the courtroom. Good morning, witness.
Good morning.
Of a solemn declaration which you are asked to take pursuant to our rules of procedure. Please take a look at the document and then read it aloud.
Thank you. Conscious of the significance of my testimony and my legal responsibility, I solemnly declare that I will tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, and that I shall not withhold anything which has come to my knowledge.
Yes, you can be seated now.
Thank you.
Witness, today we will start hearing your testimony, which is expected to last a day or two. As you may know, the prosecution will ask you questions first, and then the Victims' Counsel will ask you questions, and thereafter the defense has the right to ask questions of you. Members of the panel might also ask questions of you. The prosecution estimate for your examination is 1 hour and 20 minutes. Victims' Counsel's estimate that he will need 20 minutes. The defense estimates that it will need approximately 5 hours. As regard each estimate, we hope council will be judicious in their use of the time allocated to them. The panel may also allow redirect examination if conditions for it are met. Witness, please try to answer the questions clearly with short sentences. If you don't understand a question, feel free to ask counsel to repeat the question or tell them you don't understand and they will try to clarify. Also, please try to indicate the basis of your knowledge of facts and circumstances you will be asked about. In the event that you are asked by the SBO to attest to some corrections made regarding your statements, you are reminded to confirm on the record that the written statement, as corrected by the list of corrections, accurately reflects your declaration. Also, speak into the microphone and wait 5 seconds before answering a question, and then speak at a slow pace for the interpreters to catch up. Please stop talking if I ask you to do so, and also stop talking if you see me raise my hand. These indications mean that I need to give you an instruction. During the next days while you are giving evidence in this court, you are not allowed to discuss with anyone the content of your testimony outside of the courtroom. If any person asks you questions outside of this court about your testimony, please let us know. If you feel the need to take a break, please give us an indication and an accommodation will be made. We begin, witness, with the questions by the prosecution seated to your left. Please give them your attention. Mr. Prosecutor.
Thank you, Your Honor. And good morning, witness. We've met before, but my name is Matt Halling, and I'm going to be asking you some questions this morning. We'll just start with, what is your name?
Ahmed Rahmanay.
What is your date and place of birth?
I was born in the village of Bubel, Malishev municipality on the 6th May 1971.
Have you been previously interviewed by the SPO?
Yes.
The court officer could please put up on the screen 059666-TR-AT Part 1 RED page 1. And it can take the whole screen. Witness, you see the document on the screen now. Is this your SPO interview?
Yes.
Have you recently had an opportunity to refamiliarize yourself with the contents of this interview?
Yes, during the preparation sessions.
And in that preparation session, you indicated some changes and clarifications to this interview. Is that right?
Correct.
And those changes were reflected in a note that was read back to you. Correct?
Correct.
Do you confirm that what was read back in that note reflects your changes fully and accurately?
Yes. I do confirm.
And subject to the changes provided in that note, does this interview accurately reflect what you said and what you would say if asked again in court today?
Yes.
Your Honors, having fulfilled the Rule 154 criteria and in accordance with decision FO2571, the SPO hereby tenders all of 059666TR in English and Albanian, along with preparation note 1, which is ERN 122995 to 123000. noting the reasoning of the panel's Rule 154 decision and the already admitted items shown to this witness, there actually are no associated exhibits to admit with the tendered statement.
Any objection to the tender?
No, Your Honor.
None
Your
being heard. 059666 TR is admitted.
Your Honor, I note that the statement has 8 parts, so each part will get a corresponding exhibit number. Part 1 will be exhibit P01694.1. Part 2 will be exhibit P01694.2. Part 3 will be exhibit P01694.3. Part 4 will be exhibit P01694.4. Part 5 will be exhibit P01694.5. Part 6 will be exhibit P01694.6. Part 7 will be exhibit P01694.7. And lastly, Part 8 will be exhibit P01694.8. The preparation note, ERN 122995 to 123000, will be assigned exhibit P01695. And if we can kindly confirm classification.
Confidential, Your Honor. There is a short public summary, which we could read into the record now.
You may read it.
WO4278 is a former KLA military police member of the Lumi unit. He provides evidence on his activities during the war, the functioning of his unit, and persons detained in the Malasheva area. Now, witness, I have just a few questions arising from your evidence that I wanted to ask you in the courtroom today. The first one relates to something you said in your statement, and this would be P1694.1, page 12. I think I can just read it into the record. It's quite short. You were asked, you were talking about your military police responsibilities, and you were asked, other than the weapons, what other issues did you raise with the soldiers, if any? And you answered, we would advise them not to move away from the place where they would be stationed without notifying somebody or having the permit or permission of somebody. Witness, I'd like to just focus on the last part of that. Can you explain the permit or permission system and how it worked in the Lumi unit when you were in the military police?
I've stated this before and I reiterate it here. Those permits were issued in order not to have soldiers move around carrying weapons in the presence of civilians. The permits were issued by each point where they were assigned to.
And what was your specific responsibility in relation to those permits?
I say it again, that it was my request as a military policeman that soldiers who were moving around armed, they should have a permit indicating also the weapon they were carrying in order to avoid or prevent any misuse of weapons at the time.
When you say it was your request as a military policeman, was this permission procedure applied across the Lumi unit when you were a military policeman?
The request was for the whole Lumi unit.
And was this procedure applied in practice with the way the Lumi unit worked?
Yes.
We'd ask if the court officer could please put on the screen U001-8264 to U001-8269 and the first page of that. There's also an English translation of it, which would be U001-8264, to U0018265ET, and if it can be half and half on the screen. Thank you. Witness, the first question, and focusing on the Albanian language version, which is on the left side, is this one of the permits we've just been discussing?
Yes, precisely.
Do you recognize the signature on this particular one?
Yes.
Commander, and then there's a signature. Whose signature is that?
He's the person in charge of Lumi unit point number 2.
His name? What is it?
Ragib Begay.
Just to be clear, what is on this page in the lower right-hand corner is the signature of Rajib Bejai, who's the commander of Lumi Unit Point 2. Is that right?
Point number 2. He was in charge of that point. He was not the commander.
If we go to the next page, which would be page U0018265, there's another permission slip. Is this also signed by Recep Bijay in the lower right-hand corner?
Yes.
And it says Lumi, point number 2 at the top. The names here, Ismet Kafitsoli and Nazir Hoja. Do you know either of those people?
I know Ismet Kafijoli, I don't know Nasser Hoja.
Was Imet Kafitsoli in the Lumi unit in July 1998?
Yes.
I'd like to show you one more of these. If the court officer could please now put on the screen U0005834 to U0005837, and it would be the last page of that in Albanian and English. So U0005837. Now, witness, is this another Lumi unit travel permit on the screen here?
Yes.
The date of the English translation says 1999, but can you confirm what is the date of this on the Albanian original in the lower left-hand corner of the screen?
July 26 July 1998.
Do you know the names of either of the two soldiers in this permit, Fatmir Fetiu and Nui Batucci?
No, I don't know the names.
And to be clear, those are the names under the soldier line. And in the lower right-hand corner, do you recognize this signature?
No, I don't.
Is this signed on behalf of somebody else?
It appears so, because we have in front the word PER, which stands for.
From the permit itself, are you able to tell on whose behalf it was signed?
the travel permit is the same as the previous one, but this could be the second point in Blaza.
So you make reference to the second point. Is this signed on behalf of the same Rajib Bijay that you mentioned in connection with the other two?
It should be like that.
Was it necessary for the Lumi unit military police members to have these kinds of permits to travel around the Malasheva free zone?
No.
So were you able to move freely around the free zone without any such document like this? Is that right?
We never needed any such permits to move around within the free zone of Malisheva.
Thank you. Your Honors, we'd like to tender the travel permits that were shown to the witness. These would be U001-8264 to U001-8265 from the first document shown, and U0005837 from the document on the screen now with confidential classification.
Any objection? None being heard. U001-8264 to U001-8265 is admitted.
Your Honor, that will be assigned Exhibit P01696.
And then U0005834, I'm sorry, at 5837 is admitted.
Your Honor, that page will be assigned Exhibit P01697, and we'll confirm classification confidential.
That's correct. Witness, I'd like to show you another document now that was shown to you in the preparation session. Could we please now have on the screen U001-8677 to U001-8712, and we can start on page U001-8678 in the Albanian. The English translation of this item is actually a condensed version of the original. So even though I'm going to show 3 different pages in the Albanian, it's actually just page 1 of the English transcript for all 3. And witness, please just bear with us one moment to get the English version on the screen. So witness, you can see on the screen on the left side, duty notebook, Lumi operative unit, Malasheva. I was wondering if you could explain what the Lumi unit duty notebooks were during the war.
This was a report containing the shifts of the soldiers who were guarding a specific point, and this was noted down in a report.
Was this something that Lumi unit soldiers were told they had to fill out in the course of their duties?
Correct.
Did you yourself have to fill in entries in books like this one?
Ja, på
No. But in my capacity as a police, military police, I happen to verify these records.
If we go to the next page of the book, in the Albanian only, the English translation is already there, you can see here a series of names with point number 3 on the top. Number 1, where it says Rusdi, and then there's a kind of brackets with point number 4. Do you know who that person is, Rusdi?
på Mjämen och Kap och
There is no last name, but it could be a Rushdie from that village who was a KLA soldier.
What was the last name of that Rusdi KLA soldier?
Krösio.
Kuresiu.
And was he in the Lumi unit at point 4?
På.
Yes.
The third name, which says Ilmi, or possibly Ilmia, do you know who that person is?
På.
Yes.
And who is that?
Ställ mig Krösio.
Elmi Kuresiu, a soldier of the Lumi unit, in this case of point 4.
Thank you. And if we can go to the next page in the Albanian version, and then just scroll down on the English page, we see here a report that begins report point number 4, and then goes on to discuss shift changes, Serb police firing, etc. Is this the kind of information that would be recorded in Lumi unit duty notebooks?
På. Sagt.
Yes, correct.
We have 4 different numbered points now, all on this same page. Where was Lumi unit point 1?
Montejem I Gabor.
I might be mistaken, but I think it was in the village Balins. However, this document is not dealing with the points, but with the matters within point 4 in Rahovec.
Understood. And we'll just fill in the rest of the points just to be clear. You mentioned Lumi unit point 2 earlier in your evidence. Where is that point, or where was that point?
Pika nummer 2.
Point number 2 was on the road Malishev Duhel in the village of Blaz.
And Lumi point 3, where was that?
Nefshatin.
In Astrazob on the road Malishev to Rahovec.
And this being a report of point 4, where was point 4?
Ishte Nefshatin Baba.
In the village Bubavec on the road Malishev, Kiev.
And Your Honors, you can see Bubavets at the top of the entry on this page. We could keep showing pages along these lines, but the witness has explained the purpose of a book like this and identified Lumi unit points and members within its initial pages. The book itself is 36 pages, but the condensed English version is just 17, and we tender the book for admission.
Any objection to the book?
Yes, Your Honours, we do object. Prosecution counsel hasn't even had the courtesy of asking the witness whether he recognises this document, whether this is something that he's seen before that he can give evidence about. He said in his preparation session that he hadn't seen this before. If prosecution counsel wishes to ask about the members of the unit, he can go ahead and do that. Otherwise, this is just really an exercise in reading. It's not about getting to the real value of this evidence. So our objection is that it hasn't been authenticated, and it therefore should not be admitted.
Your Honor, this is books of a class, and the witness has identified the class of books to which this notebook belongs and explained its purpose.
The objection will be overruled. U001-8677 and U001-8712 in English and Albanian will be admitted, having met the standard, prima facie standard of Rule 138. Go ahead. I'm sorry, we have to get a number for it.
Your Honor, that will be assigned Exhibit P01698, and if we can confirm classification.
Confidential classification, please. Now, witness, we're going to take our break, as I understand it, Your Honor's at 11 still, so I think we can at least start with the next item. If the court officer could please put on the screen P838, which is a video, and specifically the timestamp 6:44 to 7:14. And we would ask that that timestamp be played. It has subtitles in English. And witness, after the excerpt is played, I'm going to ask you a few questions about it. This item is publicly classified, and we have no objection to broadcasting this item.
Për të ushtarëve të njësitit Qeliku në përvija të frontit dhe në emër të ushtarëve të njësitit Lumit, po ashtë të frontit ju përshëndes. Njësiti Lumit Qeliku është një. Po mërë parasysh fjalët e diskutuara në teren. Është një që është në komandën e shtabit të përgjithshëm të ushtrisë shqiptare të Kosovës. Andaj njëherë për gjithmonë virohet nga ato kërkesa se ushtri mbi ushtri nuk ka. Ushtria nuk ka parti, është vetëm një.
Your Honors, I didn't see the subtitles on that particular version when played. I don't know. Perhaps it's just most straightforward at this point to just read into the record the corresponding portion.
Some objection.
As long as the transcript of it can be read onto the record.
So this would be 061-427-30-TR-ET revised, which should be P838-ET on page 2. And what is attributed to Fatmir Limai here is the Limai Cheliku unit is one and only, despite the rumor spread in the area. It is one because it is under the command of the General Staff of the Kosovo Liberation Army. So let's get rid of those thoughts once and for all, because there is no army over the army. The army is not a party, it is only one. Witness, in the portion of the video played for you, do you recognize the event where Fatmir Limai is speaking?
Po,
Yes.
What is this meeting?
nga fjalë për shka
This is about the relationship between the Lumi and Chiliqui unit.
At length in your SPO interview about a Cheliku Lumi unit meeting about 2 weeks after Jakub Krasnici's first appearance as spokesperson. Is the meeting that's being on the screen here, is this before or after that meeting you discussed in your interview?
Vastakimet.
after the meeting.
Do you remember how long after that meeting it was?
Po mund të jetë 3 ditë.
Could be 3 to 5 days after. I can't be certain.
And you said it's about the relationship between the Lumi and the Cheliku unit. What about the relationship was being discussed at this meeting in the video on the screen?
Bëhet fjalë për ato
It's about this contradictions that were there at the beginning and the relationship which was not good between the Lumi and Cheliku unit soldiers. And it is in this context that he states here this and that and saying that there is only one army.
So is this meeting announcing a kind of resolution between the disagreements of these units?
sigurisht është
Certainly, it was a commitment to harmonize and to prevent any disagreements.
Were you at this same event?
mas e kum pa këtë video mu ka kujtu.
I remembered it after I watched the video towards the end of it.
At timestamp 9:35, please. Witness, the gentleman in the lower right-hand corner of the screen, who is that?
Nga fundi, ky jam unë.
At the end, that's me.
Person in the middle with the black uniform and the PU on the arm, who's that?
Shoku jem Tahir.
My friend Tahir Luri.
Your Honor, at this point, we can take the break.
All right, witness, we will take a half-hour break at this time. You may leave the courtroom now with the court usher. Please don't speak to anybody about your statement, your testimony in the court. We'll see you back here at 11:30.
Thank you.
We're adjourned until 11:30.
All rise. All rise.
Be seated.
Yes, Your Honor, to update on what you asked about witness 1158, we did confer with the witness team. The witness's prep session will not be finished in time for him to testify on Tuesday.
All right. What is your best estimate on the balance of your direct examination?
I'll finish in the first half of this session and hopefully by 12.
Okay. We're thinking, since tomorrow is going to be without a witness, apparently, that we will have a short, maybe 1 hour, no more than 1 hour, status conference at 2:30, and that we can kind of discuss where we're going and timing and whatnot for at least the balance of the year and thereafter. There won't be any other subjects, just talking about planning for everybody. If that's all right, if there's everybody available. So we'll just count on that at 2:30 tomorrow, and it won't keep you all afternoon, just an hour. You can bring the witness in now, Madam Usher. All right, witness, we continue now, and we're still with the prosecution, so they'll have some more questions for you. Please give them your attention.
Thank you, Your Honor. Witness, I'd now like to turn to a few people that you discussed in the course of your preparation session. And I wanted to start with a person named Aslan Klečka. Did you ever meet this person during the war?
Yes, on one occasion. But he was not wearing a KLA uniform.
Question, was he in the KLA at the time you were a military policeman?
Yes.
Where was he at the time?
You mean when I met him?
Yes, at the time that you met him, around what area was he in the KLA?
When I met him as a soldier, he was in Rahovec.
And so am I correct that he was stationed at Rahovac, but you met him at Malasheva? Is that right?
Yes, he was with civilian clothes.
Describe your encounter with Aslan Klečka in Malasheva.
Aslan Klečka was in a shop in Malishev, in a cafe, and exaggerated with the alcohol consumption. He started to make trouble, to break things. We passed by that cafe accidentally, and being military police, we were asked to intervene to calm him down so that he doesn't make any problems.
Now, you already said that he wasn't wearing a uniform at the time. Can you describe what Aslan Klečka was wearing?
He was wearing civilian clothes, jeans, and a shirt.
Did he have tattoos?
Yes, that was surprising for me, the tattoos at that time. And he had a necklace with teeth of a lion, which really was striking for us at the time.
That he started to make trouble to break things. What was he breaking?
Glasses where they served alcohol.
How do you know that this person that you encountered was Aslan Klečka?
dinëm për arsye se na kur
We knew because when we arrived at the cafe, we asked, first of all, for him to identify himself, to produce an identification document because he was unknown to us and to me personally.
And did he produce that identification document?
po mas kërkesës time.
Yes, after I asked him, he showed me his ID document.
And the ID document confirmed that this was Aslan Klechka, is that right?
Sakt.
That's right.
So after he showed you his identification papers, what happened next?
Po I kërkum ne që mos përdor.
We told him not to use any alcohol anymore and to stop breaking things and causing problems and disturbing public peace.
What did he say to that?
Po me mirë kuptimin e atyne që o shoqëronin,
Those accompanying him assured us they paid the bill and they went their way.
So those were the others with him. Did Aslan Klechka say anything in particular to you in the course of this interaction?
mua jo, po
Not to me in person, but he introduced himself to the others as a soldier of the KLA.
Did he say anything else other than that he was a soldier in the KLA?
jo, ai mendoi të që vështil.
No, he thought he was free to break things. As the saying goes, I pay for it, I can do whatever I want and break things.
So you said, as the saying goes, did Aslan Klechka say these words that you were just telling us?
Po.
Yes.
Unë
The saying goes like this: I break, I pay. So he did not refuse to pay the bill.
I'd now like to turn to something you say in your statement. And just for the record, this is P 1694.4 across pages 10 and 11. You are talking, and witness, I can just summarize for you, you're talking about a forestry guard in the Klina municipality who was killed on the pretext of being a collaborator. What is the name of that person?
Avdyl Gashi.
Abdul Gashi.
And you said in your SPO interview that he was killed with this pretext of being a collaborator. Why was a forester like Abdul Gashi considered a collaborator?
Po për mua s'ka qenë një kolor.
Well, I did not consider him a collaborator personally. I knew him.
Është për arsye që
But maybe because he was a forest ranger at the time and was amongst the rare and scarce number of people who was still employed with the Serbian authorities.
So as I understood it, at the time, in order to do forestry work, it was necessary to liaise with the Serbian authorities. Is that right?
po.
Yes.
Do you have any information as to around when this person was killed?
Jo të sakt.
Not a precise one.
Was it sometime in the first half of 1998? Are you able to give any approximation?
Jo funin 98.
I would say end of 1998 or beginning of 1999. It was later.
And do you know anything about the circumstances of how he was killed or who killed him?
Jo.
No, I don't.
I'd now like to turn to a different person. Do you know a man by the name of Feta Rudi?
Po, është një mik imi.
Yes, he is a friend.
Was Feta Rudi in the KLA during the war?
Po,
Yes, he was.
Was he also an LDK member from the Malasheva area?
po s'pari kisha thonë si në
I would say that 90% of the KLA soldiers at the time were part of the LDK. I personally was never a member of the LDK, but Feta Rudi continued with his activity in this party during the war and after the war.
Do you know if Feta Rudi was ever detained by the KLA in the course of the war?
Kjo është periudha kur unë s'kam qenë.
This was during the time when I was not a military police, but pursuant to Feta's account, yes.
So yes, split up what you just said into two parts. First, you left for Slovenia, you say in your interview, in September 1998. Was Mr. Rudi's detention after you left?
Po,
Yes.
And you said that you know the story pursuant to Feta's account. Did Feta Rudi tell you himself that he was detained by the KLA?
po.
He did, yes.
Tell you the story of his detention.
Besoj që ka korriki
I believe it was in July 1999 when I came to Kosovo.
sërit këtë gjallë dhe set.
And he repeats it every now and then to this day whenever I spend time with him.
Please recount the story of Feta Rudi's detention as he explained it to you.
Që di sa është e rëndësishme ta sfidoj.
I don't know how important it is for me to explain his story on his behalf, but anyways, I can do that.
Rudi më ka tregu
Feta Rudi told me that following a problem that occurred amongst certain KLA soldiers, he was taken under escort and arrested.
dyshimet e tij janë që për shkak
He suspected this was due to his political activity, because at the time he would move around, and although being a KLA soldiers, he would travel to Pristina to take part in the meetings of the LDK.
You said that Mr. Rudi was taken under escort and arrested. Where was he taken after being arrested?
janë dërguar në fshatin
He was taken to my village, and that's where he was kept for several days.
So your village is Bubel. Where was he detained in Bubel?
është ndaluar në një shtëpi aty.
He was detained in a house in that village that served as a headquarters of the KLA, and he was kept in one of the toilets in that house.
Do you know if Mr. Rudy was detained with any other persons during the period of his detention?
Ka qenë ndaluar edhe me një
He was detained together with a cousin of mine who had been accused of a theft at the time, which was an unbased accusation, and was kept there for several days as well.
What was the name of that other person?
Avdullah Shabanaj.
Abdullah Shabanaj.
How does Feta Rudy get out of detention? What is the rest of the story?
Your Honors, the witness has heard it from Feta Rudy, so maybe it would be better to ask him whether he was told how he got out.
We've set the foundation up at the beginning. I think it's
Just go
clear.
ahead.
Thank you. Witness, would you like me to repeat the question? I'll repeat it. How does Feta Rudy get out of detention? What is the rest of the story?
Simas fetarit,
According to Fatah, he was taken somewhere to a military court, as he said, and that's where he was told that he was free to go and was released afterwards.
There's one other person that I want to ask you about, and it's a person named Ramiz Hoja, who you discussed in your SPO interview. And just for the record, this is P 1694.3 across pages 36 to 38. You say that this person was accused of being a Serb collaborator and that he was killed, even though he wasn't a collaborator. And I was wondering if you could tell the story. First, why was Ramiz Hoja accused of being a collaborator?
prokuror edhe atëherë
Mr. Prosecutor, I was asked these questions then and now, but I can explain this because of my close family relations with him, although I wasn't present myself.
Thank you. Please explain.
Pas një kërkesë të fshatarëve
Following a request by the villagers of Belanit's village to go out and collect the harvest of the autumn, and they were not free to do this activity because the Serbian police and army were very close to the plots of land where they were supposed to do this work. So they decided to go and speak to the Serbian army to inform them of their intention to go and do the work on the fields. Following these discussions, and after they had gone to the fields to do the work, Ramiz Hoja was taken.
There for a moment. You're talking about speaking with the Serbs about the autumn harvest. What was Ramiz Hoja's role in the course of those discussions?
ka qenë vetëm përkthyesja aty në
He was only an interpreter of the village representatives. Ramiz Hoxha used to live in Slovenia and he spoke Serbian.
How do you know that Ramiz Hoxha had this role interpreting in the course of these negotiations?
The inhabitants of the village say so, but more specifically, his brother and son confirm this.
Now, you say that they'd gone to the fields to do the work. So does that mean some agreement was reached with the Serbian authorities so that the harvest could happen?
Yes, and it is said that the leaders, military leaders of the Serbian army, they asked for the KLA that was present in the area where these inhabitants came from not to interfere.
You also said that he was taken. Do you know that he was taken because of the same people that told you about the harvest negotiations, Ramiz Hoxha's brother and son?
Yes.
Make sure we're clear on these people. Can you please give their names? What is the brother's name?
I don't remember his brother's name, but his son's name is Fadil. He's a friend of mine.
Okay. How long after these negotiations was Ramiz Hoxha taken?
Pas 3 dagen.
3 days after the negotiations.
And these people that informed you about him being taken, Ramiz Hoxha's brother and his son Fadil, were either of them present at the moment that Ramiz Hoxha was taken?
His brother, yes, but Fadil was not present because at the time he was with me in Slovenia.
From what these people told you, describe how Ramiz Hoxha was taken.
It is said that they went to the mosque of the village during the daily ritual and asked for the imam of the village. And Ramiz went out and told them, I was the interpreter during that meeting, and whatever questions you might have, I can explain. The persons who were wearing masks took Ramiz Hoxha and told him that he had to go with them.
Then what happened?
It is said that he asked for his brother to go along with him, but they told him that he couldn't.
Now, just to say, where exactly are we? What town is this mosque in?
It is in Ramiz's village, in Belanit's village, in the center of the village.
So it is said that he, I guess that's Ramiz Hoxha, asked for his brother to go with him, but they told him he couldn't. What happened then?
He was then taken, and the people who took him left the mosque.
How did they leave?
It is said that he was put in the trunk of the car, and when his brother asked to go along with him, they told him that there was no space for him.
Do you know if this car was a KLA car?
It was said so, since the people were with masks.
Were there any indicators on the car itself that it was a KLA car?
I personally don't know, but it was said it had.
When you say it was said it had, what were the indicators on the car?
They were not described precisely whether there were registration plates or other distinctive signs of the KLA.
And Your Honor, with that, we'd ask to go to preparation note 2, paragraph 34, to see if there's any inconsistency here.
Thank you. Go ahead.
So, witness, you said in your preparation last week that they were thrown into the trunk of a vehicle with a KLA emblem. Was there a KLA emblem on the car?
According to those who told the story, yes.
Who's Ramiz Hoja's brother, who, as you said, was there at the site when this happened. Did he also say this to you?
Yes.
Was anyone else thrown into the trunk of this car along with Ramiz Hoja?
I hesitate to interrupt, but please can we get the source of this hearsay evidence?
Your Honor, I think I've been pretty consistent.
It's been stated already.
Thank you. Witness, would you like me to repeat my question?
Yes, please.
Was anyone else thrown into the trunk of this car along with Ramiz Hoja?
Yes. It is said that another person was in the trunk with him who was found dead together with Ramiz.
Who is that other person?
Later on, it turned to be a person by the surname Vinici.
Do you remember the first name of that person?
I knew before, but I can't recall it now.
And, Your Honors, with that, we'd ask to leave to just refresh the witness's recollection with the same paragraph, paragraph 34 of preparation note 2.
Yes, go ahead.
So, witness, in the preparation session last week, you said, around 5-6 days after the harvest agreement was reached, Ramiz Hoja and Salman Benishi, who happened to be in a store nearby, were taken from the Balinese mosque by men wearing masks. Does that refresh your recollection as to the first name? Is it Salman? And I heard the witness, but if you could just repeat your answer.
Yes. First of all, it's the village mentioned in the interpretation is not Balinese but Belanits. And yes, the second person is Salman Benishi, whom I did not know.
person in a store nearby the mosque when he was taken?
Paul.
Yes.
Now, once the people are taken away, Ramiz Hoxha and Salman Banishi, what happens next?
As that minut of thoughts,
It is said that they were found dead 10 minutes after being taken on the side of the road.
Do you know from how far away from the mosque the bodies were found?
Montamen say på
I can guess between 1 and 2 kilometers from the mosque.
Who found these bodies? You said it was 10 minutes after they were taken.
Djali Ramizit,
The son of Ramiz and another co-villager.
From the people who've told you about this incident, did you hear any information about the circumstances as to how Ramiz Hoxha and Salman Banishi were killed?
ja, vetëm që
No, it is only said that they found them shortly after they had been killed, meaning they had been killed a few minutes before.
And you talked about Ramiz Hoxha being involved in interpretation for this autumn harvest. Was Ramiz Hoxha a collaborator with the Serbs?
për mua jo.
In my opinion, no. He wasn't then, and he's not now.
Thank you. Your Honors, this witness talks about other detentions and killings in his 2019 interview and is confronted in particular about the male prisoners of Malasheva in his Rule 154 material, noting that that record is in evidence. We have no additional questions.
Thank you. Mr. Laws?
Honest, I do have some questions for this witness. I know that there's an outstanding objection to it from the Thaçi defence. I think it was notified on the basis that it was at least a possible objection. I don't know whether it needs to be resolved.
The panel notes that in F02470 and F02561, Victims' Counsel indicated he wishes to question the witness regarding the KLA offensive against Reavac in July 1998, their fate and the location of their remains, insofar as these are matters of great importance to the considerable number of victims participating in the proceedings who were detained and whose relatives were arrested and killed or disappeared. The panel is satisfied that contrary to defense submissions, the areas that the Victims' Counsel wants to question the witness about as identified in F02470 and F02561 are linked to the personal interests of the victims participating in the proceedings. The panel further notes that Schedules A and B to the indictment list several victims of murder and arbitrary detention at locations relevant to Victims' Counsel's questioning. In addition, the panel notes Victims' Counsel submission that there are at least 3 dual status victims whose identities are known to the defense who were affected by these events and have a legitimate interest in them. The panel is of the view that there is no need for any further disclosure of the names of additional victims participating in the proceedings which may potentially be affected by the Victims' Counsel's questioning. The panel finds that the defendant's right to cross-examine W04278 and to have adequate time to prepare for such cross-examination will not be infringed upon by Victims' Counsel's questioning of W04278. The panel therefore rejects the defense's objections and permits victims' counsel to ask questions of W04278 as identified in F02470 and F02561. This concludes the panel's oral orders. So victims' counsel, you may now ask the questions you had to the victim.
Thank you, Your Honour. And good afternoon, witness. I'm going to introduce myself. My name is Simon Laws. I'm victims' counsel in this case, and I represent people whose relatives were murdered after being held in Marashevo in the summer of 1998. Understood?
Understood.
If we cast our minds back to Marashevo in the summer of that year, it was what you called a free zone, wasn't it?
That's correct.
By that you meant that there weren't any Serbs in the town and it was under the control of the KLA.
There were no Serbian forces, correct.
It was under the control of the KLA.
Correct.
We've heard descriptions of how the cafes and the restaurants were open and KLA members would come to the town in order to relax and to meet with their friends and have a coffee.
It could be that too.
Place for the Albanian community and somewhere that you could enjoy a sense of freedom, yes?
And a place where people could get supplies they needed.
But it was not a safe place for a Serb to be, was it?
There were no Serb residents at the time in Malishev.
There were no Serb residents, but you know that some Serbs were brought there, don't you?
I do not know. I do not know that somebody brought Serbs in Malishev, apart from one family.
Well, the family that you're referring to are a family of Serbs, are they not?
Correct.
You do know that Serbs were brought to Marashevo in July of 1998, don't you?
I know about that family because I was the first contact with them.
And it would not be a safe place for Serbs to find themselves, would it?
I think it was safe for Serb civilians, not for Serb forces.
What about for Serb men? Would it be safe for a group of Serb men to come into Marashevo and to sit down and have a coffee and strike up conversations with people from the KLA? Would that be a safe thing to do?
If they were residents of Malishevo and they were not involved in any crimes, the place would be open to them as well.
just a few moments ago, you said that there weren't any residents of Maleševo who were Serbs at this time.
Correct. Not only at that time, but never in time, with the exception of the village of Kiev.
Do you think it's fair to say that it would be obvious to anyone that bringing Serbs to Maleševo would put them in danger?
I don't think so.
I don't think so.
I don't. Because this Serb family is a fact to that effect, and they have provided statements as to how we behave towards them.
That you are speaking about were put by you into accommodation where you hoped that no soldiers would have access to them. Is that right?
Not only soldiers, but I mostly wanted them to feel safe and relaxed because they were traumatized from what they had gone through in Robes.
Just understand me, please, Mr. Witness. I'm not here to accuse you of anything. I just want your help with a bit of background. You understand that, don't you?
I'm not misunderstanding you. I just took the oath that I will say only what I know and what I'm certain about.
Something that you said in your interview in 2019. Could we have part 3 of the interview, which is 059666 TRET? Could we have page 4 in both the English and the Albanian, please? Starts at line 9 in the English, and for the Albanian we'll need to go down the page, please, to line 22. On the screen you've got an extract from your interview, and I'm just going to read a part of what you said about dealing with this family, all right? I called the guard of the HQ that was downstairs, and I told him that his duty was to guard their daughter. Nobody would enter the room unless I was to come back. And you talk about going home to change, and you continue at line 13 in the English. I told the guards that nobody was allowed to enter the room, and I told the women that the only person they were to deal with was me. Did you feel that they were in some danger in your custody, and that you needed to make special arrangements for them to try to prevent any harm coming to them?
Yes, when we know the fact that at the time a number of massacres and crimes had been committed by the Serbs against civilians in Maleševo and the surrounding area, I feared that someone who had suffered in their families would take revenge. This was the reason.
It brings me back to the question that I asked you a while ago, and I'm going to return to it, I'm afraid, again in a few moments, is that bringing Serbs to Maleševo was something that put them in danger, wasn't it?
Po ishin Serb të panjohur.
These were unknown Serbs who came from areas we did not know.
Forgive me for saying so, sir, that's not an answer to my question, which is quite a straightforward one. Bringing Serbs to Maleševo in July of 1998 was to put them in danger, wasn't it?
Për mua jo.
Not in my opinion.
All right. Well, you know now that as a matter of fact, a number of male Serbs who were taken to Maleševo were taken away and they were murdered. You know that now, don't you?
E kam dëgjuar.
I've heard this from the prosecution, but I never knew it before.
You only learned of it in 2019 when you were interviewed by the SPO.
Po, përsi.
Correct. That they stayed in Maleševo, I only heard this from the SPO, never before.
The SPO about having seen a news item on the television about bodies being exhumed, and you said that they hadn't dropped from the sky, these bodies. Did that news item not make it clear to you that there had been, just let me finish the question, that these Serbs had been kept in Maleševo, taken away and executed?
Asnjëherë se kishim dëgjuar.
I had never heard that they had stayed in Maleševo. I heard that they were found killed.
Well, when you did first find out about it, and you say that would have been in 2019, because that's the date of your SPO interview, you must have been horrified to learn about the fact that men kept in the town where you were a military policeman had later been murdered. It must have been horrifying news to hear.
It was not horrifying news. It's a news that I, to this day, do not believe that somebody stayed in Maleševo and was not talked about until 2019. I don't believe it.
Make sure I understand what you're saying. Are you saying that you don't agree that there were men detained in Maleševo whose remains were later exhumed, and that those men had been Serb prisoners of the KLA? You don't believe that?
Can I have the interpretation again? Because there is a huge difference between what you're stating and what's the interpretation.
It's not a question for me to
Have
answer.
you repeated the interpretation?
Have you had the interpretation repeated?
Oh.
Yes.
Thank you. Are you clear about the question? And if so, would you like
For?
to answer it, please?
Yes.
Nuk e bë-
I do not believe, and I had never heard that these men were kept in Malishev.
pjesën ku gjindën ka qenë për
The part of the location where they were found, I learned this through the media, which reported that Serb victims were found there. And now, with respect to where they came from, this is related to my statement when I mentioned that they could not have dropped from the sky.
Yes, and I don't want to take up much time with this issue of when you first heard about it. It's not the most important thing I want to ask you about, but I'm just going to read you, if I may, from part 3 of your interview for those that are following, and it's on page 26 at line 24. You were asked by the SBO that you'd never heard about this before, and you said, never until victims were found somewhere in the territory of Klina, that's when people started saying that those people were held in Malyshev, but I'd never heard before then. You seem to be saying in 2019 that you had indeed heard that they'd been held in Malyshevo before. Do you want to help us with that, please?
që e mbatur Malishev,
I did not hear that they were kept in Malishev, but I heard that the bodies of Serb victims were found.
You said in 2019, but let's not waste time. When you were told that in 2019, are you saying you didn't believe the SBO when they told you that people had been held in Malyshev and then found dead? Is that what you're saying?
se besoj as
And I still don't believe it. Had this happened, I would have heard of it.
Well, when you heard about it from them in 2019, did you ever ask your former colleagues about it? Your former colleagues in the military police?
asnjë prej pyetjeve që më kanë përshtuar.
I did not discuss any of the questions put to me by the prosecution in 2019 with friends or close relatives, because this was the instruction given to me by the prosecution.
Then it may matter more that you said in 2019 that you had heard already about the men having been held in Malyshev. But I want to just be clear with you. Have you ever asked Jakub Hoti, for example, about whether male Serbs were held in Malyshev and then murdered?
Asnjëherë.
Never.
Hashi Shala, have you ever asked him about whether male Serbs were held in Malyshev and then murdered?
Haxhi Shalën s'kam pas rastin
I did not have the opportunity to ask Haji Shaila because there were differences, political differences we had during the war and after the war. So I did not have that opportunity.
What about Isni Kilai? Have you ever asked him if he knows anything about this?
Jo.
No.
kam deri dikon politik.
To some extent, the political views have set us apart.
Well, is he enough of a friend of yours that you could say to him simply the question, have you ever heard about these men being executed after they were in the custody of the military police in Malyshev?
Nuk është në etikën time.
It is not part of my ethics to receive information or inquire about things that are meaningless and are not part of me.
You're going to have to help us as to why this is meaningless.
Për mua,
to me, they are meaningless because they have nothing to do with my life or my work.
Did you ever understand why it was that these people were being brought to Malyshev by the KLA?
e kuptoj insistimin tuaj.
I understand your insistence. However, I am saying that I did not hear about this. I can only speak with respect to things I was involved in.
Something you were involved in. You have said that it was just one family that you were involved in. Did you ever understand why that family had been brought to Malyshev, what the purpose of it was?
Nobody knows how they penetrated or how they were brought in Malyshev. I have said this in my statement, that even the guard of the headquarters of the staff in Malyshev did not know the persons who brought them in, because there was fighting ongoing during those days in Rahovets and all the residents were moving out of the town.
Well, it's not the case that nobody knows with respect, sir, is it? Because you told the SBO that they were brought there by the KLA, right? You knew that much.
This is what they told those who brought them in when I conversed with them. They said a KLA uniformed man brought us here.
And so it's not the case that nobody knows. Some people in the KLA do know why these civilians were brought to Malyshev, why they were separated from their men who were then later taken away and killed. Someone knows, don't they?
I did not know.
I'm not asking you whether you knew. I'm asking you, in the light of you saying a few moments ago, no one knows, whether you agree with me that the position is that someone does know. That's obvious, isn't it, from the fact that, as you've said, the KLA brought them there.
I interpreted the words they uttered. They told me that the KLA had brought them in.
Years that have gone by since, have you never tried to find out why it was that the KLA brought them there?
First of all, this was not my job or my profession. If I were an investigator or a judge, I would have certainly inquired. I am a farmer and deal with my daily matters.
you have not ever tried to
Yeah.
find out.
Correct.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Tavakoli.
Good afternoon, sir. My name is Nina Tavakoli and I represent Hashim Thaçi, and I'll be asking you some questions on his behalf. And I want to ask you first of all about the growth of the KLA in 1998. When you spoke to the SPO in 2019, and the reference is P01694.7, pages 4 to 5, you agreed with them that the KLA grew significantly after the Serbs had attacked the Jashari family compound in March 1998. Do you remember saying that?
Yes, correct.
To the prosecutor, Prep Note 1, Para 38, that attack created panic in villages across Kosovo.
Yes, panic and for other possible attacks on other families.
And who did they think was going to be the attacker?
The Serb forces who had positions everywhere in Kosovo.
Concern that the Serb forces would attack Albanian civilians, correct?
Yes.
And you told the SPO, and that is Prep Note 1, paragraph 38, that because of that panic, and these are your words, they got organised. And then you went on to tell the SPO how they got organised, and you said, and the reference for this is P01694.7 at page 4, you said this: every village was guarding its entrance, in particular villages that had Serbs living close by, and that people started showing up with hunting weapons first. Do you remember saying that?
Correct.
Their own personal weapons?
Yes.
Right, that Kosovo is quite a heavily militarised society in the sense that lots of ordinary people have weapons. It's quite normal.
Yes, and I can explain, if you allow me, why. Because, especially since 1990, when our institutions were dissolved and people remained without jobs, we lived in fear and we experienced maltreatment by the Serb authorities at that time. And to protect our families, for this reason, we wanted to secure weapons for ourselves to protect our families, not to attack them. However, in the 90s, the Serbian regime began with arming all male Serbs capable of fighting from 18 upwards. So that's why we did this, to be able to protect ourselves.
For self-defense purposes, correct?
Exakt.
Correct.
Of this organisation that occurred, you also told the SPO, and the reference is P01694.7 at pages 4 to 5, these were your words, it wasn't an overall organisation, but every village sort of looked after themselves, and I was one of the first people to organise things for my village. And so can I ask you, sir, did you mean by that phrase that every village rallied together to protect the civilians within it, and this was organised from the bottom up rather than from the top down?
Exakt.
Correct. And it was mostly in shifts, doing guard duty in the evenings in the villages. It was from the bottom up.
You also told the SPO last week, and the reference is Prep Note 1, paragraph 38, that in your area they started to get organised and guard themselves at night, and you said the very first structures were put in place by the LDK. What did you mean by that?
What I meant is that the only political party that was active in all villages was the LDK. And in one of the meetings at the central level of the LDK, a decision was made to raise awareness amongst the villagers about the arming of the Serb civilians. And this is the reason why we started organizing ourselves in the villages.
Now, I want to go on to your role in the KLA. You joined in April 98, correct?
Oh.
Yes.
You helped the doctors driving around because you had a car, correct?
Yes, correct.
To assume that you drove the doctors around to treat the wounded Albanian civilians.
Yes.
You told the SPO, and the reference is P01694.1, page 9, that you didn't report to anyone as there was no one to report to.
Yes.
That you had no rank at the time.
Sorry, if we could just clarify what at the time is in this context.
Please.
In April 98.
April 98.
Yeah.
Yes, may I explain? While we were at the stage of being self-organized, we did not have any responsibility to report higher up. We were groups collaborating with each other, and we would make decisions on individual basis.
by village sort of town hall organisation, correct? Not town hall, but
Fillimet para sagt kështu.
In the very beginnings, yes, that's correct. Village by village. At that stage, there wasn't even communication between villages, especially in remote ones, in the mountainous villages.
communication devices.
Ato e kem përfundu luftën edhe s'kemi pas pajisje.
We didn't have communication devices even at the end of the war, let alone at that time.
So you were all just volunteers trying to help out in any way you could, correct?
Po.
Yes.
You become part of the military police in your area, correct?
Po.
Yes.
Tahir Iluri and Jakob Hotti and yourself, correct?
Po. So.
Yes, correct.
And the reference is P01694.1, page 15, that you agreed between yourselves that Hotti would be the leader, i.e. no one appointed him, you yourselves agreed that, correct?
May I explain?
Okay.
In our tradition and in our families, the elders have priority. Jakob Hotti was the eldest and was more prepared. He had finished his education, was working, and we put all our trust in him. Since I had all this respect for Jakob Hotti, we decided that he became our leader and our organizer, although I myself had finished law school and was well prepared for that position.
Now, you told the SPO also, and the reference is P01694.1, page 15, that you don't know who, if anyone, Jakob Hotti reported to, correct?
Po.
Yes. It wasn't right to do the reporting because during that period the reporting was amongst the three of us.
Now, at that time, you didn't attend any high-level meetings if they happened. For example, that meeting that the prosecutor, the meeting between the Chiriku and Lumi units, that wasn't at your level, was it?
Exakt.
Correct. I did not participate in them.
I understand that now you're a successful businessman, but 25 years ago, as you described yourself in that period, when you were a member of the KLA, you were, in your words, a simple soldier, correct?
Correct, that's how it was.
Now, after that meeting, that the prosecutor, he showed you the video. Do you remember of that meeting? I think that was the after meeting that you were at. Do you remember that?
Yes, my memory was refreshed when I watched it, and I was surprised because that was the only document from the war, as not everything is documented during the war. I do remember it.
There's a transcript in English of what was said at that meeting. If I could just read you a section of it, please. So that's P00838. And it's at page 2 of that. It's in the section about Fatima Limai, and he says this: by a decision of the local staff, the Department for Civil, Administrative and Public Relations, former political prisoner, distinguished activist, patriot, coming from a family, is appointed as head of this department. Now, would you understand that to be describing Gani Krasniqi?
Yes, it's about Gani Krasniqi.
You heard, didn't you, as I read it, that in fact Gani Krasniqi had been appointed by decision of the local staff to head up the Department for Civil, Administrative and Public Relations, correct?
Correct, and up to then, as I said, the relation between the soldiers of Lumi and Cheliku units were not good, and this was purely for collaboration between these two units at the time.
My point is more, I want to talk about his role. You had said in your SPO interview, you'd agreed with the prosecutor that Gani Krasniqi had become a political representative for Malishevo, and my point was that that was mistaken and that in fact he'd been appointed as an administrator. Can you see that now, after I've read you that section?
He was appointed as a civilian authority in relation to the problems that occurred at the time.
Now, in your SPO interview, the prosecutor asked you if Gani Krasniqi had been appointed by the General Staff, and the reference to that is P01694.4 to 5, pages 4 to 5, and when you were asked that, you said this: and these sorts of questions are more to address people that were of a higher rank. I was a simple soldier, and I couldn't have known. Do you remember saying that?
Yes, I said I didn't know because these were not. This was not my business.
I'd be right to understand from that that you weren't trying to be unhelpful. You were just trying to be honest, that you can only help the prosecutor and this court with matters that happened at your level, that of a simple soldier. Is that correct?
Correct.
And really, those questions need to be asked to those people who operated at a higher level than you, correct?
Yes, correct.
The reason for that is that you may get something wrong as you didn't know it firsthand, correct?
Well, you could say so, but I can explain. When we speak about hierarchy.
No, I just want you to answer my question, please, that you are best placed to talk about things at your level, correct?
Yes, correct.
Told the SPO when they interviewed you, and the reference is P01694.7, page 3, that you did not understand at the time that you were a member of the KLA that there was a general staff purportedly leading it. Do you remember saying that?
I did say that, and I was not aware of such a headquarters or staff at the time.
Now, you left the KLA in Kosovo on the 20th September 98 and went to Slovenia, correct?
Yes.
And when did you return to Kosovo? Was it in July 99? Do you remember the date?
Correct.
In July? Yes, I do. I think it was 2nd of July.
Thanks. And you told the SPO last week, and the reference is Preparation Note 1, paragraph 27, that you didn't have any information on what the KLA was doing after you left for Slovenia in September 98. There was no organisation in Slovenia which supported the Homeland Calling Fund, which made access to information difficult. That's why you didn't know what happened when you were outside, correct?
Correct.
And so would you agree with me that anything you told the prosecutor's office about the KLA and the events in Kosovo after you left the KLA in September 98 you learnt from other people?
That's correct.
One of the areas that the prosecutor asked you about in your interview last week and today was the identification and mistreatment, including killing, of so-called collaborators.
Yes, I remember the prosecutor's questions.
Now, whatever happened to all of these individuals that you were asked about, so that's Jakob Castrati, Cendescu, Ramix Hoxha, Salim Benini, Fetterudi, happened when you were no longer within the KLA, correct?
Correct.
If not all, I can't check now, happened when you were not in the country, correct?
Correct.
About all of these things from other people, you do not know yourself whether what other people told you is true, do you?
Even in my answers to the prosecutor, I stated clearly that those were things that I had heard from others.
And, for example, just one example, Fetterudi, you told the court, told you that he had been taken because he was LDK and a Rogova supporter. But did you also hear that he was taken because he was involved in a quarrel about humanitarian aid or food aid? Did you hear that?
Well, I told the version of FETA, and yes, it was said that there was a disagreement about the humanitarian or distribution of humanitarian aid.
You told the version of Feta. You don't know if Feta's version is accurate, do you?
Yes, said Diana.
That I wouldn't know.
Now, you told the prosecutor, and the reference is, and sorry, would that go for all of the versions that you heard? You couldn't know if they were accurate, could you?
Yes,
I couldn't, I did not confirm myself whether they were correct or not, but I did mention the source of the information, and in this particular case it was Feta.
Now, you told the SPO, and the reference for that is P01694.8 at page 4, that you were aware that the KLA people have made mistakes. But I believe there wasn't a scenario as such. There were people that were irresponsible who had overcome their powers, and they had acted in a bad way towards civilians. What did you mean by people who had overcome their powers?
It is in the sense of not fearing any consequences because there was no functional judiciary system at the time.
And would you agree with me that these people weren't acting properly in the name of the KLA when they did these things?
Yes, I agree, and that's how it was.
The uniform of the KLA.
Since we were volunteers and were not held responsible before others, yes.
To me that these people may have been taking personal revenge for issues in their past.
Objection calls for speculation.
Sustained.
Can I please refer you then to your interview, SPO P01694.1, page 14. 13 to 14, you were asked this by the prosecutor. When you were in the military police, you told the SPO that one of the areas you advised soldiers on was not to make mistakes as they had weapons, to be more careful or responsible as they had now joined as KLA soldiers. You were asked what kind of mistakes did you advise them against, and this was your answer. At the time, there were a lot of problems within our very own people, and we were concerned that just because people had got hold of a weapon, that they would take revenge on others for various reasons. Question. So that was one of the concerns you were educating the soldiers about, was not using the weapons to take revenge? Answer. Yeah, due to their past issues, for example. Do you remember saying that? Do you remember saying that? Oh.
Yes, I remember. And that's what our role was at the time. Advisory.
revenge was a real concern and an issue, correct?
Sagt för
Correct, because as peoples, we had many problems, and we thought that people could retaliate to settle accounts.
Mr. Abekali,
Can I repeat the question? Can I repeat the question?
Yes,
Sustained.
let's go ahead.
And so is it possible that when bad things were done to so-called collaborators, that was people exacting personal revenge?
Objection calls for speculation.
Sustained.
We'll go after lunch.
Witness, we will take a lunch break at this time. It'll be an hour and a half, and we'll be back at 2:30. You may leave the courtroom. Did you have a question?
I have a question, indeed. Your Honor, Your Honors, I wish you to leave some time to express my view about the process, and I also have a complaint about my treatment here. So I would like you to spare some time for me to address you with these issues.
Finish the questioning first, and then we'll have some time left.
Thank you. Thank you.
We're adjourned until 2:30.
All rise. All rise.
Be seated.
Yes, please. I understand that our response to the latest SPO filing about Rule 154 statements is due, part of it's due on the 1st of October. That's in response to F2593, and that's the cross-estimates and objections to exhibits. And the substantive response is due on the 4th of October. We've spoken to our learned friends of the prosecution, and they have agreed that they wouldn't object if we filed both parts together in a composite response on the 4th of October. And I would ask your Honour's leave for that.
Correct. No objection from the SPO.
No problem. That'll be fine.
Thank
Thank you.
Your Honour, perhaps now is a good time. We were going to make a similar application at the end of the day. The defence has two outstanding responses due. One is to a 155 application and one is to a 153 application. Those filing numbers for the record are 2599 and 2601. They are both currently due on the 7th of October. The SPO have no objection to us returning responses to those on the 18th of October, and we would ask that the panel grant that order, please.
Does that impact the first week when we come back in any way?
No.
Our position is described correctly again.
All right, that also will be approved. Thank you. All right. Madam Usher, you can bring the witness in. don't need this. I got one. That extra. How much longer?
Not long, 10 minutes maybe.
No problem. All right, witness, we will continue now. We have some more questions from the Thaçi defense. Please give them your attention.
Good afternoon, witness. Now, when you were interviewed by the prosecution, you were shown a document, the reference is 1D0006, which was a decision dated the 10th of July, 1998, purportedly signed by Gani Krasniqi, that all political parties, organisations and other offices on the third floor should be vacated. Do you remember being shown that?
Paul.
Yes.
Now, you were asked a couple of times in your interview by the SPO if you understood it to be an order to shut down the activities of the LDK.
Po, pyetja ka qenë
Yes, there was a question of this nature.
That you were asked, and the reference for the record is P01694.2 at pages 18 to 19, that the order was not to shut down the LDK. Do you remember that?
sakt.
That's correct.
That you understood that essentially it was an issue of office space, that the KLA needed that space, and so the political parties had to vacate their offices. Do you remember that?
Po,
Yes. Because this was a socially owned premise.
Reference for the court is P01694.4 at page 23, and these are your words. You explain that you thought that because in the decision and in the actions that followed, the activity of the LDK did not shut down, but it just moved to a private property. If the intention was to shut down the activity, he wouldn't have allowed them to still to continue to operate in a private property.
sakt.
That's correct. They continued somewhere else. Yes.
This order wasn't about shutting down the LDK, was it?
Sakt ka qenë
Correct. It was only to vacate the offices.
LA at the same time, was there?
90% të ushtarëve
90% of the KLA soldiers were such.
Sign your membership of the LDK to become part of the KLA, did you?
jo, s'ishte.
Correct. It was not a condition.
Reference here is P01694.7 at page 1, that the aim of the KLA was to achieve independence from Serbia. Do you remember that?
Korrekt, sakt.
That's correct.
Share that goal.
Den njëjtin objektivet.
They shared the same goal. The only difference is that at the time they believed in a peaceful resolution of this, which never came about.
Now, you delivered the letter to your friend Jakob Castrati, didn't you?
Miku tim dhe mësuesi.
To my friend and my teacher, I personally did this.
The SPO, and the reference is P01694.2 at page 22, that Jakob Hotti could not have ordered you to deliver it, even though he was your boss. Now,
Jo, urdhër s'mund.
Correct, he could not issue an order.
what? And why couldn't he do that?
Për arsye se ishëm vullnet.
Because we were both volunteers.
You were asked if you or Jakob Hotti had refused to execute the decision, would you have been scolded or punished? And you told the SPO, and the reference is P01694.2 at page 23, no, they couldn't at the time because we were all volunteers. I had joined voluntarily and I could have left voluntarily and returned home.
Sakt, kështu që.
That's correct.
So nobody could force you to join the KLA, could you? Could they?
Jo.
Correct, they couldn't.
Absolut jo.
Absolutely not.
Force you to do anything, including executing an order from your higher-ups, correct?
Sakt, s'ka mundur.
Correct. No one could force you to do something against your will.
Thank you. Mr. Dixon?
Thank you, Your Honours. Sir, my name is Rodney Dixon. I act on behalf of Mr. Kadri Vasili. I'm going to ask you some questions now. So you explained to us that you became a member of the military police in the middle of June 1998. That's right.
Po.
Yes.
Gave evidence that until the middle of July 1998, there was a so-called free zone in Malyshevo. That's right?
Ashtu e kem që.
That's how we called it. Correct.
Because essentially there were no Serb forces in that area.
Po.
Correct.
Policemen were coming in there for that period.
Sakt.
Correct.
About a relatively short period of 1 month, from the middle of June, when you came into the military police, until the middle of July 1998. That's all.
Po.
Correct.
And in your unit, it's right, isn't it, that there were three people in total in your unit working on military police issues?
Po, vetëm tre ishëm.
Correct. We were only 3.
And in that period of 1 month, you've given evidence about how you tried to organize activities. For example, you were shown some travel permits earlier this morning. You remember that?
Po.
Yes.
And you said that you were designing this procedure to try and help create some order and to make it harder for KLA members to either unlawfully sell their weapons or have them out in public, for example, in the market in Malyshevo. Is that right?
Në shumë kishte karakter që më
The most important thing was to prevent them from displaying them in public.
Civilians in public, including in the market. Is that right?
sakt.
That's correct.
And you also said you made a request, I think this was the word that was used, to have the weapon serial numbers included in those permissions, those travel permissions. But it's right, isn't it, that in practice this never happened?
Jo, s'kam bra.
No.
So no weapon details were recorded in any of those leave permits. That's right, isn't it?
Jo, vetëm emrat.
Correct. Only the names of those who were moving around.
You also have given evidence that you could only really give soldiers in the KLA advice as opposed to ordering them what to do because it was a volunteer army. That's correct, isn't it?
Po.
That's correct.
You said in your interview that we couldn't do much with people because they had weapons and we had weapons. So it was more of in the form of advice. You remember saying that?
Po, ashtu kam.
Yes, that's what I stated and that's how it was.
Listened to you, did they?
Po jo se ishëm në
No, because we were in the same hierarchy. We were both sides volunteer soldiers.
You have said already, concerned about revenge from persons who had weapons in the KLA because of past issues, past scores. Were you able to take any steps to address those concerns?
Përluajshëm rolin në ndërmjet.
We played a role as mediators to reconcile them and calm tensions.
And when you say you played the role of mediators, was that between the people who had scores or wanted to take revenge?
Sigurisht po.
Certainly, yes.
I want to now show you, sir, another part of the notebook that you were shown this morning that was admitted as a whole. There are other pages in that I'd like to show you and get your evidence on. Could I please have P01698 at page 7 of the English? It's a report dated 7 July 1998. Yes. I think we're trying to find the Albanian, Your Honours. Page 10. So this is a report written on the 7th of July 1998. We need 7 July, not... That is the right one. Thank you. There's a section in there, I'm going to read it to you, the second paragraph. Gazmed Kraisu was absent during this shift. In this third shift from 1300 to 2000, the following soldiers were not present. Sedi Berisha, who was replaced by Mehmet G. Gashi, Bashkim Gashi, these two were absent from point number 4. Bedri Krasniqi from point number 2 as a sign of revolt why he was on duty on the second point and not on the first. Do you see that there?
Oh.
Yes.
Is this an incident that you recall?
Jo, nuk ka kalu.
No, we did not deal with this incident. It was resolved within the point where they were taking those shifts.
Reflective of the kinds of incidents that arose during this time in early July 1998, when persons would simply not turn up to do their duty. Did that happen in this time?
Yes, certainly.
Was there anything that you in the military police could do about this?
Ja, det är som...
No, we would have gone there, advise him, reason the person, telling him that no injustice was committed or done to you, so that we would convince them to go back to their duty.
We go over the page to page 8. There's another report on 9 July. You'll see there's a remark in the second line which says, the village guards did not report on duty between 1 a.m. and 6 a.m. And the persons appointed for guard duty, Jefnet Kraizu, did not show up. You see that there?
Oh.
Yes.
There's another example of village guards simply not attending to fulfill their duties.
As I stated earlier, they were not obliged to. This was an organization, a voluntary organization to stand guard.
And there was nothing that you as the military police could do to force them to go there, was there?
Absolutely.
Absolutely not.
Discipline them, could you?
Correct, we never did. We only advised them.
In fact, you said in your SPO interview, and this is part 4 at page 16 for those following, you said in relation to keeping law and order, it's a little bit silly, it's a bit laughable. 3 people can't necessarily keep the law and order. Do you remember saying that, and is that right?
That's how it was.
Okay, that could be taken down, thank you. So in this time period, it's correct, is it not, that you had no written regulations that regulated your work as military police and which applied to you on a day-to-day basis?
Correct, we didn't have.
It was done very much orally and on an ad hoc basis.
That's correct. Within our group, consisting of 3 persons.
Yes. I want to come now to the period at the end of that 1 month when the free zone no longer continued as a free zone. And for this purpose, I'd like you to look at a map, if I may. I think it'll help orientate all of us as to where we are and where things were happening from the middle of July onwards. It is DKV 0007 hyphen 0007. This is a map, witness, you'll see of the Malisheva area coming up.
Yes.
Now we know from what you have told the SPO, and you can confirm this if it's right, that you didn't participate yourself in any of the military operations in Rayovac, which started on the 17th of July and continued for a few days thereafter. Is that right?
That's correct.
At that time, were you in your home village?
Yes. On the first day, I was in Malishev, and on the other days, I was in my village.
Brubel.
Correct.
Yes, just so we can orientate. Can you indicate on the map where that is? You can be asked to understand, mark the map, if that can be done, please. And if you could just put a 1 next to it so we know we're talking about that's where you were from, you say, the 18th of July onwards. That's right.
Correct.
I know it's obvious, but just so we have it clear, Malyshevo town as well, with a 2. And then Rayovac, where the battles took place that I've referred to. If you can mark that with a 3, please. And it's correct, just so we have it accurately, that Malyshevo is both a town that you've marked, and then it's a municipal area as well, a municipality. It's a surrounding area, is it not?
Correct, it's a municipality.
The boundaries of that municipality are on this map. Yes, please.
A map?
kryssörstöjarna och rokryssörer.
These are the main roads.
In the middle of those markings is the Meleševo municipality.
Correct.
Now, you have said in your evidence that on the 17th of July, there was the KLA advance on Rovek. You weren't part of it. You recall that?
Yes.
That went there were from that area, were they not? An area outside of Meleševo.
Just Malishevas.
Outside Meleševo.
Units that went there on the 17th were outside of that area. Is that right?
Paul.
Right.
You have also said that there wasn't any planning at the time when this operation was launched by those units. And you said this was the greatest mistake of the KLA. Do you recall that?
Paul,
Yes. Because we did not anticipate, we had not heard of this, that it was going to happen.
Why did you say it was the greatest mistake?
The greatest mistake, because the population, the civilians there were mixed Serbs and Albanians, and also this was an urban area, a town.
You said that there was no planning at the time. Your unit wasn't involved in that operation, was it?
Jo.
Correct, it wasn't.
But after that initial operation, some members of your units went there to help.
Paul.
Correct. On a voluntary basis, they went there.
On the second day, so that's the 18th now, and the third day, the 19th of July, you've given evidence that there was a Serb assault against the KLA, and that as a result of that, in those days that followed, many Albanian civilians fled from that area towards Meleševo. Is that right?
Påsagt.
That's correct.
And you said that about 700 alone came to your village of Bubel, which you've circled where you were. Is that right?
Oh.
Yes.
So they fled from Rajevec down here in the south, north towards your village. Is that how it happened?
Paul, du kunde ju veta om att
Yes, because they felt safer the furthest they were from the area where the fighting was taking place.
You said in your evidence the Shehu family, 70 persons in your home. Is that right?
Exakt.
That's correct.
At this time, given your role in the KLA, you've said that your responsibility was to look after these people, find them shelter and food. Is that correct?
Certainly, because we had family relations, prior family relations with them.
Now, in the days that followed, so after the 19th, is it correct that the Serb forces then followed the civilians out of the Rajevec area and came towards Malasheva?
Kështu ka qenë.
That's correct.
Do you know which routes they took to get to Malasheva?
Rrugën Rahovec.
The road, the Rahovec to Malisheva.
Along the road?
Po, asaj rrugë.
Yes, on that road.
By the 26th of July, Malasheva was overrun by the Serb forces.
Po, sakt.
That's correct.
Do you know about what was happening in some of the surrounding areas? Were Serb forces moving not only to Marisevo, but to other areas surrounding that?
Jo, kanë lëvizë edhe
They moved also in the direction of Drenovsk and in the direction of Duhel.
It's on the map for completeness so we can see where those are. Just give them a number, each of them. This will now be number 3. Sorry, number 4.
a numër, po.
Shall I continue with number 4?
And the other place that you mentioned, may make that number 5.
Pass. Okay, so 5.
So it's right, isn't it, that during that time, second half of July to the end of July, that whole area was overrun by the Serb forces?
Po, sakt.
That's right, yes.
They disintegrated in that area, didn't it?
Ishte ndarë grupe shumë të
Yes, in small groups scattered in the woods.
You were in your home village looking after persons. That was what occupied your time during that period. Isn't that right?
Po, edhe në vdesh.
Yes, and we too had to leave the village and go to the mountains together with the people who were staying, sheltering with us.
Mountains on the map you retreated to.
Ishte në numër.
Shall I mark it with a number?
If we are now up to 6, please. And at that time, the civilians were traumatized, very fearful of what might happen to them.
Po, sakt se u ka.
Yes, that's correct. Because the Serb police and military and paramilitary forces, wherever they would enter a village, they would set the houses on fire.
Yes. So not a safe place at all at this time for Albanian civilians.
Jo, të vetëm ndishin pyet.
The only safe place were the woods.
That's where you were hiding away.
Po, sakt.
Yes, correct.
Now we know from your prior testimony that you left the KLA in September, so shortly after this. You said because it had disintegrated as an organization. Is that right?
Po, sakt ishte.
That's correct, as far as that period of time is concerned.
You left the country altogether after after these events and went to Slovenia.
Po.
Yes, correct.
But up until that point, you were on the ground in this area witnessing what was going on.
Po sagt.
Yes, correct.
I want to just bring up two documents, which are international reports.
Do you want to save that map, Mr. Dixon?
Yes, thank you very much, Your Honor. Otherwise, we will lose it forever. So if we could save that map, and I would ask that it be admitted as an exhibit with the markings on.
None, Your Honor.
DKV 0007 to Z20007, being the map, is admitted. Please assign a number.
Your Honor, the marked map will receive exhibit number 2D31, and can we confirm classification for it?
To be confidential? Or?
No, it can be public.
All right.
Thank you, Your Honor.
It will be public.
Just two more documents that I wanted to show you on this period. The first is a document that is in evidence, 2D0004. It's a sitrep from Colonel John Crosland, the British attaché to Belgrade. It's only going to be in English. So witness, this is only in English, but I'll read out the relevant part to ask you a question about it. It's on page 2, paragraph marked 2. The sitrep is dated 5-6 August 1998, and it says there, I'm going to read it out and then ask you a question about it. Civ pops, a civilian population wanton destruction. Throughout entire area, very few civ pop, civilian population, was seen. One humanitarian convoy seen exiting north from Malyshevo. Malyshevo now completely gutted by fire and looting. Now, sir, that is a report from early August 1998. Does it accord with what you witnessed in Malyshevo at that time and heard at the time as well?
It does, yes. This is correct.
Thank you. That can be taken down. And the last document, which is not an exhibit, so I'm going to have to give you the long number, SPO E00304290.
Excuse me, witness, what is it?
Excuse me. I hear the lawyer in a very high volume. Before I had difficulty listening and hearing him, but now it's too much.
We'll see if we can correct that. Now, can you hear? Is this better?
Now it's better, yes.
Go ahead, Mr. Dixon.
Thank you, Your Honours. This, once again, witness, is only in English, so I'm just going to read two short sections and ask for your comment on those. The first is on the first page, military situation. This is a report from the European Monitoring Headquarters, and it sets out an overview of what the military situation. It's dated 23 September 1998, going back the previous weeks. Since the VJ and security forces began their offensives in late July, they have successfully regained most of the territory previously under UCK control, principally the areas around Malyshevo, Thaçi, Unik, much of Dranitsa, and now Shala. If you could just hold that in your head for a moment, I'm going to then go over the page to, there's a heading, what has happened to the UCK. The UCK appears to have collapsed. The infrastructure of the UCK, although never sophisticated, has been successfully cut, and the UCK has been reduced to pockets dispersed throughout the countryside. So I've read those two sections of this report to you from the 23rd of September 1998, at the time that you were leaving. It reports on an assessment of before that period, where it says here that the KLA appears to have collapsed. Is that a correct assessment of the situation on the ground at the time?
I think yes, and it is 100% the same with my description. That is the description I gave to the prosecution.
Is that the infrastructure has been successfully cut and it has been reduced to pockets. Does that accord with how you remember things in those months, July, August, September?
Yes.
Thank you, witness. Thank you, Your Honours.
Thank you, Mr. Dixon. Mr. Roberts?
No questions from me today, Your Honour. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Ellis, or I'm sorry, Ms. Alejandra?
Thank you, Your Honours. Good afternoon, witness. I'm Venkateshwari Alejandra, and I represent Mr. Jakub Kresnici.
Good afternoon.
Witness, I'd like to take you through what you've told the prosecution in 2019 about the meeting in Malyshev around the end of June or beginning of July 1998. You remember discussing that with the prosecution in 2019, witness?
I do, yes.
You also recall discussing it last week with the prosecution, where you made some clarification.
Excuse me, yes, I do.
Now, this meeting was held in a restaurant called Reforma. Am I correct?
Yes.
Journalists there at the time, and you were told they were inside the meeting, the journalists. Is that correct?
Yes.
In that meeting, did you witness? You were outside a few meters away from the restaurant.
That's correct, I didn't.
And Jakub Poti was also outside the venue, wasn't he? He was with you, correct?
No,
not Jakub. Tahir Oluri was with me.
Right. This is the first meeting in Reforma we are speaking about, witness, just so we are clear which meeting we're talking about. Yes?
Correct.
Correct.
The prosecution that from a distance of a few meters away, you saw the people arriving and entering the restaurant? Do you recall that?
Yes.
Recognized were Gani Krasniqi, Isni Kilai, Fatmi Limai, Haji Shala Mustashari, and Skender Krasniqi. Correct?
Yes. Those that I knew, with the exception of Mus Yashari, whom I didn't know at the time but was later told who he was.
Have DJK 00239, please, on the screen. Witness, this is a screenshot from an AP video. And could you just confirm that this is the photo of Skender Krasniqi?
Yes.
Your Honor, if I may mark that photograph, please. Tender it.
None, Your Honor.
DJK 00239 is admitted.
Your Honor, that will be assigned exhibit 4D84, and if we can confirm classification.
Is that public or confidential?
It can be public, Your Honor.
Unless there's an objection, it'll be public.
None, Your Honor.
So we are clear, witness. You did not see Mr. Jakub Krasniqi entering that meeting venue. Am I correct?
I didn't see him. He wasn't there.
You've told the prosecution, and for the reference, it's Prep Note 1, P1695, paragraph 9 and 10. After seeing them enter, Jakub Hoti and you left together to go to another village. And you returned about an hour later, when the meeting had already ended. Is that correct?
Correct.
Jakub Hoti, am I correct?
There are two meetings. On the first one, Tahir was with me, and on the latter one, Jakub was with me. But these events were both on the same day.
Right. And on both occasions, you did not see Mr. Krasniqi there. Am I correct? At those meetings?
I didn't see him at those meetings, no.
Right. And as the meeting ended and those who attended were leaving the meeting, you saw Jakub Krasniqi's car on the street arriving in Malishev. Is that correct?
Yes, this was an hour or even more than an hour later after the meeting had ended.
Mr. Krasniqi was entering Malishev at the time, correct?
Yes.
Krasniqi was dressed in a suit, civilian clothes, not in uniform when he got out of the car. Am I correct?
Yes, correct.
Right. And you greeted Mr. Krasniqi at that point? Yes?
Yes, I didn't know him, but Jakub knew him, so I took the opportunity to greet him.
And you've mentioned in your statement that Jakub Krasniqi is the nephew of Jakub Hoti, the son of the paternal uncle of Jakub Hoti. That's correct, isn't it?
Yes, that's correct.
Just greetings exchange, no discussion about any meeting that had taken place that day with Mr. Krasniqi. Am I correct?
Yes, just a conversation between an uncle and a nephew.
And it's correct, isn't it, witness, that that's the only time you ever saw Mr. Krasniqi, Jakub Krasniqi, in Malishev? That's your evidence, isn't it?
The only occasion, and it was the first time that I saw him from close distance. The rest of the times I've seen him on TV.
Right. And the only other occasion you believe that Mr. Jakub Krasniqi was in Malishev was when you say there was a dinner at Jakub Hoti's uncle's residence. Do you recall saying that to the prosecution?
This is what he told me, and I was also invited, but I was not present, did not attend.
Mr. Krasniqi was there.
I don't know.
I'd like to now move to another topic, and this is what you told the prosecution about what Jakub Kastrati had told you. For the court's reference, it's P1694, Part 6, page 13. Now, you said Jakub Krasniqi accused Cendescu and Jakub Kastrati in the trial against Fatmir Limai as collaborators. And because of what he said, I have never invited him to be a guest at my house, despite having been to my place as a guest tens of times after the war. Do you recall saying that to the prosecution in 2019?
Yes, but I mentioned that I was told this by the teacher, Jakub Kastrati.
Yes, and what Jakub Kastrati told you had made you feel bitter towards Mr. Jakub Krasniqi. Am I correct?
Correct.
And
that's correct.
You clarified with the prosecution that you did not follow the trial against Fatmir Limai. You were only told about Mr. Krasniqi's testimony by Jakub Kastrati. That's correct, isn't it?
Yes, correct.
Note 1, paragraph 35. And it was Jakub Kastrati that told you that Jakub Krasniqi had called Cendescu, Jakub Kastrati, Ramiz Hoxha, and Salman Benishi collaborators. That's what you heard from Jakub Kastrati. Yes?
Yes.
Could you please repeat, because it wasn't clear in the interpretation?
It was Jakub Kastrati that told you that Jakub Krasniqi had called Cendescu, Jakub Kastrati, Ramiz Hoxha, and Salman Benishi collaborators. That's what Jakub Kastrati told you. Is that correct?
Yes.
And last week, for the court's reference, I'm referring to paragraph 35 of Prep Note 2. Last week, you were shown some pages of Jakub Krasniqi's ICTY testimony. Am I correct?
Yes. I was shown those documents, and they prove that Jakub Krasniqi did not say those words.
The paragraph I'm referring to is paragraph 8 of Prep Note 2, Your Honors. And after being shown those pages, you inform the prosecution that it is possible that Jakub Castrati misunderstood Jakub Krasnici's testimony. Do you recall saying that?
Yes, I believe I said that after I was shown those facts.
Krasnici does not explicitly call Jakub Castrati a collaborator in those pages that you were shown, correct?
Yes, correct. From what I saw, I believe and I know it is true that he did not call them collaborators.
Right. Are you aware, witness, that Mr. Krasnici has also testified in the trial against Fatme Limai concerning the killing of Salman Benishi and Ramiz Hoja? Are you aware of that?
No, I'm not, because I did not follow Fatme Limai's trial.
Fair enough. If I could have Exhibit P792 on the screen, please. That's the Albanian version, and the English version is with an ET at the end. Would your honors like to take the break now, or can I proceed? Thank you. Right. If I could move to page ending 68091, please, on both versions. I need the Albanian. The Albanian. Yes. Witness, if you could read from the top of the page till the third answer of the witness. Just for your information, this is the testimony of Mr. Jakub Krasnici on the 16th of January 2018. So if you could just read from the top of the page, please. Yes. Now, were you shown this transcript last week by the prosecution?
Jo.
No. I was shown a part of the minutes of the trial in the Limai case, Limai trial.
Oh.
Correct.
In that trial, Jakub Krasnici was asked about the arrest of Jakub Castrati and Cendescu, and you can see from the minutes that Mr. Krasnici immediately clarified that the arrest wasn't my issue. Do you see that? You'll have to answer, witness.
Sagt.
Correct. And I believe it was not his issue. And neither did Jakub Castrati ever said that Jakub Krasnici had anything to do with his arrest.
Krasnici was then asked whether they were arrested as collaborators, and this is the response Mr. Krasnici gives. I don't believe they were taken as collaborators because I have known Cendescu well and personally. During that time, there was a ceasefire. They were in the LDK, and they had a different policy, and maybe they were considered an obstacle for the KLA. But they weren't taken as collaborators since we didn't have that information. That's what it says on the transcript. Am I correct, witness?
Yes, correct.
Agree with me, witness, wouldn't you, that not only Jakub Kresnici did not accuse Jakub Castrati and Cendescu of being collaborators, he categorically excluded that, didn't he?
Correct. For reasons that are evident here, he knew Cendescu when he worked as a teacher at the elementary school, and Jakub Kresnici worked as a professor.
Now, turning now to Ramiz Hoxha and Salman Benishi, if we could move to page ending 68090, please, in both versions. If you could scroll down to the bottom, please, in both. Yep. Yep. And if you could look at the second last question on the page at the bottom, which starts off with, did you hear about the killing of Salman Benishi and Ramiz Hoxha? Do you see that, witness?
Yes.
Just look at that question and answer, please.
I read it.
Now, when asked about the killing of Ramiz Hoxha and Salman Benishi, Jakub Kresnici's evidence is that he heard about it after the war. Am I correct?
Correct.
Both then and now, I'm saying that the killing of every Albanian was regrettable. In the war, we organized against the army and the police, not against civilians, be they the Serbs or Albanians. That is, we didn't deal with innocent people. That was his evidence. Do you see that?
Yes.
The Kresnici did not say that Ramiz Hoxha and Salman Benishi were collaborators. Did he, witness? He did not say that.
Correct, he didn't. We can't see it here.
Another passage, if we could turn to page ending 68093, please. Yes, and I'm going to be reading from the middle of the second paragraph at the top. Witness. In relation to Ramiz Hoxha and Salman Benishi, Jakub Kresnici explains, he says, the General Staff doesn't take responsibility for individual killings that may have been done at that time for personal reasons. I want to say a few words for the families of the injured parties and Fatme Limai. I'm convinced that Fatme Limai was not responsible for those killings, since as far as I know, one of them, who is a fellow villager, while the other was from a neighboring village, where he also has an uncle nearby, and so neither I nor Fatme nor the General Staff was involved with the villagers. He adds that they had masks. I went without a mask since 12 June 1998, and in fact we went public, and from that moment on, no one in the KLA had to use masks. And if masks were used, this was contrary to the KLA. Do you see that, witness?
Yes.
Again here, Mr. Krasinski does not say that Ramiz Hoja and Salman Benishi were collaborators. Am I correct?
Correct. You're right.
I'd like to now move to another topic. During your preparation session last week with the prosecution, you were shown a communique dated the 25th of June 1998, to which you responded that you do not remember this specific communique, but this is generally the kind of information that was reported in them. You then went on to say there were inaccuracies in the KLA communiques, specifically KLA's successes against the Serb forces would be exaggerated. Do you recall saying that?
And in
Witness?
fairness to the witness, there's 2 points of inaccuracy. We'd ask that the whole paragraph be read.
Yes, please.
I'd be happy for my learned friend to take it on and redirect.
You can use it now, the whole paragraph.
And there's a second part to that paragraph, which says the communiques were incomplete in that they did not fully report on the successes Gani Krasniqi and Isni Kilai had in the Malishev free zone. Yes? Now I'm focusing on the first part, where you speak about the exaggerations and inaccuracies in the communiques. Yes?
Correct. This is what I think.
P295 on the screen, please. And while that's coming up, witness, you left Kosovo and the KLA in September of 1998 when you went to Slovenia. Am I correct?
Yes, correct.
You were able to witness the Serbian offensive in Rahovec, Lapushnik, and Malishev in July 1998. Am I correct?
Correct.
Described this time in 2019 when you spoke to the prosecution, you described this as a time of total chaos, didn't you?
And that's how it was.
Did witness that the KLA was defeated in all these locations and its structures were severely impacted.
Correct. And it's best described in the international press. There was no, at the time, there was no KLA presence.
Another communique on the screen, and it is from Zeri Kosovers, 8th of October 1998, and it's titled Communique 57. Could I take you to the 7th paragraph of that document, please? Maybe we need to make it larger in the Albanian version, please.
37.
If I can read to you what the 7th paragraph says. It says, during its entire 3-month offensive, referring to July, August, and September 1998, the enemy managed to cause immense emotional pain and immeasurable damage to the Albanian people. However, they still were not able to inflict any serious damage to the military formations of the KLA. Now, from what you know, witness, the KLA was defeated. You've just confirmed that. Yes?
Correct.
That the Serbian offensive was not able to inflict any serious damage to the military formations of the KLA.
Po këto janë shkru këto komunikat.
These communiques were prepared sitting on some comfortable sofas in some Western countries, but they do not correspond with the reality.
Yes, and this would be one of the occasions when they were exaggerating, what you've described as exaggerations, correct?
That's what I think.
Thank you very much, witness. Yeah, thank you very much. That's all, witness.
Thank you, Ms. Alexandra. Redirect.
Yes, Your Honor. Thank you. Witness, I just have a few additional questions following those that you were asked by the victims and defense teams. And I actually just wanted to go back to some of your prior statements in relation to some of them. If we could please put on the screen P1694.2, page 29 in the English, and then pages 32 at the bottom towards and page 33 in the Albanian. And as this is being pulled up on the screen, you remember being asked questions by the Thaçi and the Veseli defense about reporting and rank in the early days of the KLA and volunteers and discipline within the KLA. Do you recall these questions?
Po.
Yes.
And so on this part of the statement here, and apologies, the quote is not matching. Why don't we do it this way? I'll read the quote into the record. So you were asked by the SPO, Mr. Ramana, you said a few times that because the KLA was a volunteer army, there wouldn't be significant consequences for violations of some of the codes of conduct we discussed. And your answer was, well, I meant the misconduct within, with each other. Not if there was a misconduct in terms of towards the civilians or something else. We had to stop them and we had to take the weapons off them. Is that correct?
Po.
That's correct.
Why don't we just move on then to the next one, which would be part 4. This would be P1694.4, page 8 in the English and page 9 in the Albanian. Now, witness, you were asked certain questions by the Thaçi defense in relation to the LDK office order that you discussed in your SPO interview. And you said in your SPO interview that this was issued on behalf of Gani Krasniqi. Is that right?
Po.
Yes.
Say on the page here that you were asked, I thought you were saying something before. I asked you about what would happen if you refused an instruction from Gani Krasniqi, and I thought you said something to the effect of, I could leave the KLA. And you answered, they would have taken my weapon away. I would have had to leave the KLA. I joined voluntarily, and I left voluntarily at the end. Is that correct?
Sagt.
That's correct.
You were also asked questions about people taking revenge. And you were also asked questions about revenge in relation to the Serb family at Maleševa. In your prep note, and this is at P1695, paragraph 25, you said that you were concerned that other KLA members or civilians may hurt the Serb family at Maleševa. Many in the area had lost family members because of the Serbs and could have wanted revenge. Were your concerns extended to KLA members and civilians, hurting the civilians at Malasheva?
Yes, I feared that at the time.
And the women in that Serb family that you spoke to, did they tell you that they didn't know where the men in their family were?
They initially said that they didn't know where they were. I told them that they were in Malishev at the headquarters, the Lumi unit. And secondly, they didn't talk about their husbands. Well, certainly they were afraid of for their children. They feared for their children and themselves.
Now, you said this last week, and this is P1695, paragraph 26, that on the third of the 3 days, you were taking care of the women. The women did mention that they had been separated from their men and did not know where they were. You had no information as to which KLA soldiers brought these women to Malasheva or how they were brought. Is that still your evidence?
Paul?
Yes.
Now, staying within this interview part, but now going to page 11 in the English and page 13 in the Albanian. In this part of your SPO interview, you're being asked questions about collaborators and talking about, you said you did have suspicions of people. Is that correct? And this is on page 11, starting at line 18. So scrolling down on the English, you said, did you have suspicions of people? Is that correct? And you said, no, we didn't, because, okay, if we did, we would have, spoken to them, told them off, and beaten them up. That is why we are such kind people, or rather such respected people in the community where we live, because of this, because of how we behave. Is that correct? Is that what would have happened?
Correct.
That's correct.
And now if we go to page 12 in the English and page 13 in the Albanian, the SPO interviewer is further clarifying this point with you and says, I want to know both. I want to know who's being accused of being collaborators, and I want to know who they actually believe are collaborators, real collaborators. This is a war, so presumably there are some people who are actual collaborators, and there are some people who are wrongly accused. And you begin your answer like this. The first group, the ones that were real collaborators, they didn't wait for the KLA to become public. You have plenty of them. They still live in Serbia even today. They left early on, but you have injustices that have taken place. When did the KLA become public in your area?
I don't receive interpretation.
Just one moment for that to be resolved, and I'll ask my question again.
Can the interpreter?
That's fine.
Paul?
Yes.
Thank you. And I took advantage of the small break to correct the citation from the beginning of my redirect. The first quote that I read was from P1694.2, page 29. But getting back to where we were, witness, I'll ask my question again. I read to you a comment from your SPO interview. Would you like me to reread that?
No, there's no need to.
You talk about the real collaborators left, they didn't wait for the KLA to become public. When did the KLA become public in your area?
më 16 qershor.
On 16th June 1998.
You say here about the real collaborators not waiting for that date, is that still correct?
Po, është mendim.
Yes, this is my opinion. This is how I believe it to be.
Put P795 on the screen. Witness, you were asked several questions by the Krasniqi defense about Jakub Krasniqi's testimony, and you talk in your SPO interview about what Jakub Kastrati told you of what Jakub Krasniqi said in The Hague. And this is part of the transcript that was read to you in your preparation session last week. And if we could please go to page 3397 of this transcript. And because it's in English, I'll read, just as last week, the relevant parts into the record. 3397 is the page. Now, on the top of the page, you're asked by the prosecutor, Mr. Krasniqi, rather, is asked by the prosecutor, did you hear anything at the time about the arrest of Jakub Kastrati and Cendescu? And then Jakub Krasniqi's answers in relevant part. Special war was mentioned here. It is true that at that time, special war was waged by certain individuals, and not only those people who are armed, who had joined the army, but they were civilians as well, because they were even in the KLA, there were former officers of the Yugoslav army who had been part of the secret service of the Yugoslav army. There were people who had been punished or charged with criminal offenses. And I would like to say that after the summer offensive, these people, they handed over to the enemy 5,000 or 6,000 weapons. And then it continues later down the same page. And there were people who asked for the handing over of guns in Malasheva. And this was done by, says, Janusz Kastrati and Cendescu. And in the beginning, it was suspected that these had made an appeal to several soldiers to hand over their weapons. Witness, is that the part of Jakub Krasniqi's testimony that informed what you said in the preparation note last week?
Po.
Yes.
We now go to the next page, which would be page 3398. And if we scroll further down towards the bottom, now Jakub Krasniqi is talking about, I'll just actually read the full question and answer. Jakub Krasniqi is asked, the article also refers to the execution of Selman Benishi from Banja and Ramiz Hoxha from Belenic. Did you hear anything about that happening at the time? Were you informed about that as KLA spokesman and member of the General Staff? And Jakub Krasniqi's answer is, I think the word execution here has been used in another sense of the word. They must have been killed, according to the information I had, but they were giving information to the Serbian forces in Malasheva. And was that also read to you last week in the preparation session?
Po.
Yes.
And in preparation note 2, paragraph 7, it says, as concerns Jakub Krasniqi's testimony about Ramiz Hoxha and Selman Benishi, this is consistent with what Jakub Kastrati told you. What Jakub Krasniqi says about Hoxha and Benishi, in your opinion, is untrue. Is that correct?
Correct.
Judge Barta.
Thank you. Good afternoon, witness.
Good afternoon.
All right.
Yes, I can.
One or two questions in relation to Mr. Feta Rudi, who, according to your statement, was both a KLA and an LDK member during the war, and also a friend of yours. You told us earlier today that another reason why Mr. Rudi was arrested and detained by the KLA was a dispute about the distribution of humanitarian aid. And this was in response to a suggestion by the Thaçi defense on page 80 of our real-time transcript, lines 8 to 18. First of all, do you remember saying this earlier today?
I first replied with yes, because that's what the Thaçi defense said, and I mentioned that this were information that I acquired from others.
Exactly the case. According to our transcript, you actually said that it was said that there was a disagreement about the distribution of humanitarian aid. Now, what I would like to know from you is, who told you that the reason, or one of the reasons why Mr. Rudy was taken, was a disagreement about the distribution of humanitarian aid? Who told you this?
It was used by others whose names I don't have. However, what I said is based only on what Mr. Rudy said. And this is what I heard, but I cannot give you a particular name from whom.
Just to be clear about this, Mr. Rudy didn't tell you that he was arrested because of a disagreement about the distribution of humanitarian aid, did he?
Correct, he didn't.
Thank you. Those were my questions.
Thank you, Judge Smith, and good afternoon, witness. I have a few questions for you as well. The first couple have to do with Haji Shala. First, are you aware or can you confirm that he's a relative of Fatmir Limay?
He comes from the same village.
Are you aware that they are nephew and uncle? Are you able to confirm that?
No, I don't have any information to confirm that.
My first question, are you aware that they are relatives?
It is said so, but I cannot be 100% accurate on this because I don't have close contacts with them.
Now, you've been asked quite a few questions about the meeting in June or July of 1998 between the Lumi and Cheliku unit where tensions were being ironed out. Do you recall those questions?
I believe I do.
Question is was this meeting successful in resolving these tensions between the two units?
I believe it was. At least it had a positive effect.
After that meeting, were members of the two units cooperating to a greater degree, to your knowledge?
I think we were more respected by them, especially us who were military police officers in Malishev.
Between the two units after that meeting that you're aware of?
No, I'm not aware of any.
Both the Krasniqi defense and now just by the prosecutor about Jakub Kastrati, and I just have a couple of follow-up questions on this. In preparation number 2 of last week, that's page 2, paragraph 8, you are recorded as saying the following. A person could be considered a traitor for encouraging KLA to surrender their weapons to the Serbs. Do you recall saying that to the SPO?
Yes, I do. And I replied to that question and I gave my opinion because the question was what my opinion was on that issue.
Again, in your words, that it is entirely untrue that Cendescu or Jakub Castrati did any such thing. Do you, is that what you told the SPO and do you stand by it?
Yes, that's what I told the SPO and I stand by it.
I have two other sets of questions and I want to be sure that I understand your evidence correctly. The first one has to do with the closing down of the LDK office in Mališevo. Do you recall these questions?
Yes, I do.
I understand your evidence correctly that in your understanding, the KLA was asking the LDK to get out of the offices because the KLA needed that space. Did I understand that correctly?
Yes, that's how it was and how it is.
The LDK moved out. Did the KLA move in those offices, as far as you know?
We did not manage to actually move, but we did start with the renovations.
Not moving. Is that correct?
Correct. With the exception of the military police, the three of us started to use it as an office.
When did you start to use it as an office, if you can recall the approximate date?
I believe it was around 25th to 30th of June. It was only for 5 or 6 days, not longer than that.
Moved out again, correct?
It's not that we moved out. The office was still there in use, but because of the works, we could not access it.
So let me ask you the question: did you and other members of the military police of the KLA ever move back in that office after the renovation?
The renovations were never completed. The Rahovec battle was going on, and Mališev then fell into the hands of the Serbs.
So you did not move back in, correct?
We didn't.
I want to be sure that I understand your evidence correctly about the power and the roles of the military police to which you belonged. Do I understand it correctly that your evidence is that your role as military police was purely of an advisory nature?
That's correct.
In case you or your colleagues, Jakub Hoti and your other colleague of the military police, were to witness a member of the KLA violating or mistreating a civilian, what step would you take to address such matters, if any?
Of course, we would first advise them not to repeat that.
Is not taken and the KLA member in question continues to mistreat the civilian in question, there was nothing more you could do other than to advise? Is that your evidence?
Përveç saj, do t'i kontaktojmë.
In addition, we would contact their family, their parents, and we would ask them to give their contribution to avoid any repeating of such actions, but we did not have such incidents.
You correctly, you did not have the power to arrest such individuals. Do I understand that correctly?
Po drejt.
That's correct.
Thank you, Judge Smith. Mr. Witness, I'd like to return to the order. Perhaps, Madam Court Officer, you could bring it up. It's 1D 00006. And this is the order that we've just been discussing about the office space. Now, when this document appears on your screen, you'll see that it says in the first paragraph. Sure.
Po.
Yes, I can see it.
See, it says all the offices in use by the political parties, organizations, and all other offices on the third floor must be vacated. Now, apart from the LDK, what other political parties had offices on the third floor?
Partitë politike tjera nuk ishin.
There were no other political parties politically active in Malishev, but there were offices of the Council for the Protection of Human Rights and Freedoms. There were offices of Mother Teresa Association, and this is what all other political parties and organizations refers to.
Just needed office space for 3 of you, I think you said. Were there other offices on other floors of the building that you could have used?
Po kishin edhe zyra tjera.
Yes, but there were also other offices that needed repair.
And were there other buildings in the vicinity that the KLA could have used for office space?
Jo, se I vetmi
No, because this was the only socially owned building. And the offices of Lumi unit were located in a privately owned building.
Is it relevant that you had to work in a socially owned building?
Për arsye se objekti privat ishte.
Because there was also a private business that needed the premises.
You said at page 12 of P1694.2, you said, quote, there was a big office on the third floor where the LDK operated, and we needed smaller offices. It appears from everything you've said that this order is specifically targeting the office of the LDK. Would you agree with that?
No, it had not to do only with the LDK offices. I mentioned 2 other organizations who also had to vacate their offices.
Now, you see also the sentence, which is under number 2, which says, quote, the keys must be handed within 1 day, otherwise the offices will be demolished. We'll stop there for a moment. Now, I think you've given evidence. You said that the language used in the order is not just a little bit over the top, it's hugely over the top, unquote, is what you said, if the intention is to get access to office space. Do you remember saying that to the SBO?
Paul.
Yes, I said that.
So if the intention is simply to get access to office space for 3 military policemen, it does seem extraordinary to threaten to demolish those offices if they are not vacated within 1 day.
That is why I said that the language was a bit exaggerated.
So you were asked earlier today, pages 85 to 86, the question was, you said that you understood that essentially it was an issue of office space, that the KLA needed that space, and so the political parties had to vacate their offices. Do you remember that? And your answer, yes, because it was a socially owned premise. Do you continue to believe that this decision had nothing to do with targeting the LDK offices in that building?
Correct. That is what I thought and believed then, and that is what I believe now, that that was not the focus.
You also said in your SPO interview that the LTK went on to continue activities in a private building. Is that correct?
That's correct. That's how it was.
Where's that private building?
30 meters away from this building, and the owner of those premises was member of the LDK leadership.
And finally, one point of clarification about the socially owned status of this building. Until the KLA ejected the LDK from this, the municipal authorities had been perfectly happy to have the LDK operate an office in that building. Is that correct?
Malishev, as municipality, did not function at that time. The villages of Malishev were distributed to 3 different municipalities, to Klina, Suharek, and Rahovets municipalities, that is, and there was no municipal authorities present there.
Controlled access to this building.
In the beginning, the LDK as an authority and the other organizations and associations. And we asked for the offices because it was owned, it was a socially owned building. It was in the ownership of the municipality.
But the municipality had tolerated the presence of the LDK in that building. Is that not correct?
Paul.
That's correct.
Questions. Thank you, sir.
Any follow-up questions from the prosecution?
None, Your Honor.
Mr. Laws?
No, thank you.
Yes, thank you. I want to talk about this building. Now, it's not correct, firstly, Judge Gaynor's question, that the office space was only intended to be used by 3 police officers. That's not correct, is it? Because it was also intended to be used by the Civil Public Directorate of Malyshevo i.e. the organisation that Gani Krasniqi was appointed to head up, correct?
Sagt det på attacken.
Correct. And that's why the separation began.
And Gani Krasniqi left for Albania around the 11th of July, correct?
Correct.
Now, you said that after the KLA took control of... This letter was dated the 10th of July, correct? And you...
Correct.
Tro's questions. You can specifically his question that you never moved in, which you said you didn't move in, the KLA, I mean. Now, after it was vacated, renovations started, correct?
Oh, the Bondarius is
Yes, it was a larger space and it was then divided into smaller offices.
And the reason, would you agree with me, that the KLA never moved in was because of the Serbian offensive?
Oh, sagt.
That's correct.
This battle on the 17th of July, and about 8 to 10 days later, you have the Serbian offensive, correct?
That's correct. The interpreter did not hear the first part of the answer.
Could you repeat the first part of your answer, please?
Yes, it is correct that during that period, after 7 or 8 days, the Serb forces entered Mališev and we never got to use the offices.
So, you stand by your evidence that the intention was to move in, which was why the offices were vacated, correct?
Sagt.
Correct.
And a fluid, fast-moving situation, and there was an attack and a battle, you were not able to, correct?
Sagt.
Correct.
Thank you.
Further. Nothing from me, Your Honor.
All right.
No questions, Your Honor.
All right. Witness, your testimony is completed. You said you wanted to make a comment. We can give you just 2 minutes. Please do not address the accused. Please do not start new testimony on things you've already been asked. You said you had a complaint and had a question about the procedure. Go ahead and say that.
Thank you, Your Honor. First of all, greetings to you. However, I also greet the accused who come from my country, who have left leading positions in their country. You reminded me of this, although this was not in question. I have a concern regarding my trip, my travel, and that of other people who are coming to testify in this court.
Let's go into private session for this.
Your Honor, we're in public session.
Your Honour, actually, very briefly, just before we leave, obviously the hearing tomorrow afternoon, it's my client's intention to remain back at the detention unit because it's a legal discussion. I just wanted to flag that up and basically verify that that's acceptable to the panel, with the waiver that we'll file this afternoon, of course.
Yes, it's perfectly acceptable. If they don't want to be here for that, I don't blame them. And just make sure you have the waiver on file so that we're clear.
We'll get it filed this afternoon. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, Ms.
Sorry,
Tavicoli?
it's a matter of housekeeping. I noticed, I don't know if it's too late in the day, but that I spoke over the interpreter at one point, and that's 88.1. I said nobody could stop you, and those words "stop you" aren't in the transcript. I don't know if I should write.
With the you can do this with the registries.
Thank you, and I'll speak to my learned friend
Okay,
just to confirm he remembers me saying that. Thanks.
Thank you. So we'll be adjourned until 2:30 tomorrow for a status conference. That's all. We're adjourned.
All rise.